Oh, I want him to have the concerned mouth. Everyone have a good Easter. It was alright. I like how I just check out the New York Times and there's just like a straight up like editorial opinion section about debating whether Jesus actually raised from the dead or not. Like we have to actually debate this shit like it's real stuff instead of fan fiction cope by a limited number of people thousands of years ago. Like, it's one thing if I was going to church to get that stuff, but this shit is straight up invading the pages of, like, this is what the editorial section is for, I guess. So you can just offload stupid shit like that. Even if you want to have that discussion, it's not something you need to be doing in a fucking newspaper, for Christ's sake. Jesus gave me half a day at work, so I tolerate him. Mel Gibson was right. It was how should I put this without getting banned? I wanted to, sorry guys, I wanted to start today's stream by an anti-Semitic rant, but I think that it might be risking it a little. I couldn't think of a way to do it like halfway, do my Mel Gibson impression halfway without like just straight up getting banned here. Why are you reading the New York Times, you baka foreigner? Because my mother has a subscription, so I've just like check it. You're not on Kick, sweetie, yeah. When I get on Kick, that's when we start getting the hot tub streams. And also the anti-Semitism streams as well, I guess. I guess the question is, if Christians hate the Jews so much, why does Netanyahu get to attend the Situation Room briefings? I guess would be the question. Also, everybody who started the stream by saying that World War III is going to happen soon, I'd just like to point out that we're entering day 50 of Trump getting frustrated about things not going exactly the way he wants and claiming he will rain down hellfire retribution using the full force of the American military and then not doing it. Isn't it the other way around? Because the Zionists tricked a bunch of Christians into supporting them because it will supposedly speed up Jesus coming back. I don't think Trump understands that. He just likes, he's just extremely susceptible to well-made PowerPoint presentations. I'm saying this because there was a New York Times, like, Situation Room update done by Maggie Haberman, who, as usual, has, like, the best sources on the fucking planet. And I was reading it before I started the stream. And she goes through, like, a step-by-step scene of, like, all the shit that happened when Trump was being convinced by Netanyahu that bombing Iran would be a good idea. My favorite part of this story is that, like, the military analysts that come in after Benjamin Netanyahu in response to the Israeli plan, the American analyst response was, it's farcical, and then in the account, Marco Rubio immediately after that says, so it's bullshit. And I was like, oh shit. Marco Rubio was, like, genuinely worried that Trump wouldn't know what the word farcical means. So he had to come in just to make sure that Trump wasn't confused. What a fucking wingman there. Good old Marco. Just stepping in to make sure that Trump isn't like, yeah, I know what this word is. People who are like, this is the new era of American politics, there's just no way we're gonna have a figure even remotely close to Trump anytime soon. There's gonna be just a lot of Republican politicians who want to LARP as Trump, and maybe that'll get them elected, maybe it won't, but there's nobody who's legitimately as low education as Trump. There's just, like, the complete inability to think several steps ahead, the complete lack of interest in information. Like, during the first administration, there were all these reports coming out about how, like, he wasn't interested in his daily briefings and they had to give him, like, a cartoon version of it so he could digest it in, like, 20 seconds because he wouldn't read them if there was, like, too much text. What if Soups lives in Tel Aviv? The weird part about Superman is that he's also, like, supposed to be, like, this quintessential American hero. And they sort of got away from that a little bit more in more recent shit because it's, like, such a ridiculous concept. Like, he's supposed to represent the American way, whatever the fuck that is. Gloria. If he does have any plans, they were made for him by his billionaire buddies. Well, I had that list in the previous stream, and I included Trump's id and ego and stuff. And I think a lot of his shit is just, also just him being like, oh man, Trump's overwhelming fear of his impending mortality and wanting to be, like, remembered as someone who accomplished great things. Like, Trump likes, when he builds a building, he likes putting his letters in gold, you know, and calling it fucking Trump Tower and stuff. He likes the concept of these, like, building edifices to celebrate his greatness, so... Am I using edifice right? What the fuck even is an edifice? Edifice definition. A large, imposing building. Okay, I was using it completely correctly. Yeah, I think Trump has been saying publicly that, you know, he wants to do the greatest things, leave a legacy, blah, blah, blah. What's interesting is why, you notice that America was doing a ship blockade, an oil blockade of Cuba, to the point that, like, Cuban society was, like, really starting to crumble right now for, like, several months. And then, like, at one point in the last week or a half or so, they just let a oil tanker through recently. I really think it's as simple as Trump is just like, he can't think, and he has no imagination of the future, so he's just basing all of his actions on whatever the most recent success or failure was. So he went into Iran because the Venezuela mission was like super successful, and then now that the Venezuelan mission is falling apart, he was like, maybe we'll just like put a pause on the whole like oil embargo of Cuba and trying to like flip the Cuban government and end communism in our backyard part, because maybe there's a possibility that the shit I'm doing doesn't go correctly. Like, I think it might really just be that simple. High likelihood. If the Venezuelan capture of Maduro had ended in like some sort of Bay of Pigs situation, I'm pretty sure Trump wouldn't have decided to go to war with Iran. Rest in peace, Vuvuzela. If anything, despite the level of chaos that Trump is causing around the world, it's pretty shocking how little it has changed shit besides the increase in oil prices. But even that really isn't that like a catastrophic increase. If anything, this might result in a lot of beneficial stuff, with oil being at like, gas being at $6 a gallon and stuff like that, if you consider global warming and stuff. If we actually count the costs on the environment that comes with global warming, maybe gas should be that expensive, just to get people to, or at least corporations, to alter their expectations even a little bit. I mean, the liberal establishment doesn't want to admit this, but like, it's just sort of common knowledge at this point that the American wars in Iraq were completely unnecessary and devastating on both American military personnel and how much money it cost and how long it took and stuff like that. So we're all just like, fuck George W. Bush. I was always against it. I didn't vote for it at the time. It's just like common knowledge that that was like a horrible mistake. But then if you actually like look at Iraq right now, I don't know like what level of what kind of government it has right now, but it's, if we're judging entirely from Saddam's ability to threaten US oil interests in other local Middle Eastern countries, it actually was like fucking mission accomplished. Iraq is a relatively functional democracy right now. But nobody on the right or the left wants to be like, actually, George W., he got it right in the end, you know? Like, nobody wants to fucking have that conversation, right? So, it is interesting how this shit looks like 10 years later and then, like, 20 years later. Because, man, I can't believe it's been fucking 20 years, Jesus. His terrorists raised console prices. Nobody fucking here plays on console. Don't be silly. I know you're all PC chads, isn't that right? Nobody plays on console anymore except Switch 2. I do. If I had my PS5, I'd be playing on my PS5. But I don't, because it was huge. If my PS5 was the size of a PS4, I would have brought it to Japan, but the PS5 is approximately like 30 times the size of a PS4, so... I will also be giving my money to Sony in the form of putting my money in the Sony bank soon, so... I already opened my account. I'm just waiting for my card to arrive. I must forever be giving my money to Sony, it appears. They have way better rates than any other of the other Japanese banks when it comes to exchange rates and shit, so... or foreign currency accounts. Your Giga Uncle. Also, what games? LOL. For every PC gamer who's like, LMAO, console has no games, LOL. Console has the exact same games that PC has. You could basically flip it and say that PC has no games as well. Consoles have some exclusives once in a while. And PC used to have exclusives when RTS were a thing, and now they have, like, nothing. And also everyone who's like, I saved so much money on the Steam sale, unlike you fucking console plebs, is just someone who doesn't own a console. If you look at the prices on, like, the PlayStation sales, which they have literally every day, even more than Steam sales, it's the exact same fucking price as it is on Steam. It is the exact same price, because like it's the developers that offer the deals, right? So they just give you the same fucking price. It's the same shit. Shiseido Biore Milbone Haralab Bath Clean. I heard that Shiseido's profits were like way down or something because... Actually, I don't know why, but I assume it was because they went too hard in the Chinese market, and now that China's broke as fuck, Chinese century, LMAO, like all the people who could afford Japanese cosmetics have stopped buying it. That's my guess. Can't play Toho Dojins on consoles? Yeah, but the real difference isn't between console players and PC players. It's a difference between people who have like an expensive-ass PC and a cheap-ass PC, because everyone has a cheap-ass PC. So there isn't really Unless you're like one of the fucking Zooms who only has a phone, I guess. But like even a console player, if they wanted to play fucking Toho Dojin games, they could play them if they wanted to. More importantly, you need to have a PC anyway, but not a console. Yeah, but you don't need to have a PC that can play your stupid fucking AAA games at 120 frames per second, which is what quote-unquote PC gamers always complain about, is they're like, oh god, the frame rate isn't hitting 100 frames per second. Oh, my eyes, they hurt. But then when you actually ask them what games their superior PC is playing, it's just like, you know, the fucking lowest performance, easiest shit, just like fucking Dojin porn, so... This is why my gaming setup was a PlayStation 5 and then a laptop. Although I was like, whatever, I'll just buy a gamer laptop. So I'm sort of contradicting myself because I spent $1,000 on my laptop, but that's like 1/3 of the cost that you would be spending if you built like a semi-proper rig, even before all the RAM prices and shit went up. When's the last time a AAA was actually good? Well, Elden Ring came out in what, 2022? And it suffered from severe performance issues on the PS4. And my PS4, its screen went black while I was in the middle of Elden Ring, and that was part of the reason why I bought a scalped PS5 for like an extra 300 plus markup, because I was just like, fuck. Am I actually just gonna wait until the price comes down or whatever, or am I gonna fucking like miss this opportunity where I'm playing like the best game of the last 30 years and I'm just not gonna be able to continue to play it? And like, nah, fuck it, we're going on eBay. So and it turns out it was just the HDMI's somehow like timer-based anti-piracy system like activating at some point, because it's like for my fucking monitor. HDMI being like a proprietary technology that they can do this shit is absolutely fucking batshit stupid. Capcom hasn't missed recently. I don't know. I'm not really interested in Resident Evil 7, 8, and 9. I started playing 7 because it was like super cheap and I had it on my PS5 and I haven't even finished it yet. I'm just not really interested in the new era of REs that much. I enjoyed the RE4 remake very much, but launch unoptimized Mohan? Yeah. Well, that's just normal. PC gamers being like, oh, it's not optimized. Oh my god, I can't play it. I have such a good rig. And the Japanese company is bullying me. They're not spending all their time to optimize. Played fine on PS5, LMAO. Maybe you should have gotten a console, bitch. Also, even optimized, it wasn't a very fun game. It was too easy. Unfortunately, the huge ongoing success of Monster Hunter Worlds taught Capcom the wrong lesson about like accessibility and the level to which they should capitulate to more casual audiences, and the result is Monhan Wilds not being much fun, or being just like too easy in general. They fiddled with the core gameplay loop of what made Monster Hunter fun, and a lot of it was just like it being clunky and grindy was like part of the experience. And because they fucked with it a little bit too much, it's not much fun. You're not really missing anything. Monhunt fans are like Pokemon fans. I mean, it's pretty similar, right? When the new Monster Hunter game is announced, just like when the new Pokemon game is announced, the first thing everybody talks about is whether their favorite fucking monster is in it. They're just like, is Giga Gragados in there? He's not. Fuck you, Capcom. It's like, bro, you've already done this same fight like 10,000 times. What is this? Insane autism? Yes. There's a lot of overlap in terms of like, these people just want like their warm comfort blankie of the same gameplay. They just want an excuse to do it a million times. Listen here, you little shit, that is not true. For one, we don't want to fuck the monsters the same way they want to fuck the Pokemon. See, now that you've said that. Alright guys, we're going to Rule 34. What do you think is the most fuckable Monhunt monster? Let's try with Rathalos. Oh no, no, no! There's 699 Rathalos images, guy. Interesting mix of Bada and female, and then also like female, human female riding the gigantic cock. It's almost 30%, 30%, like 1/3 each. It's very much the same parts. Interesting balance here. It's not like one or the other. Also, there's like some that is just straight up like not even Bada version, but like it just looks like it in its original artwork. Like people just straight up jacking off to monsters having sex here in some of them. We don't talk about the Palico fuckers. What was the name of the ninja Palico cat in Monster Hunter Stories? That was like supremely fuckable, that people were like super into. Do you remember it? I mean, there's 25,000 Monster Hunter in general. Oh, here we go. It's Tsukino. Yeah, dog. I don't know about you, but you guys had no fucking chance. As soon as they introduced the Kunoichi cat, it was over. The Kunoichi cat with no pants, by the way. For immediate access. Giving you the fuck me eyes. You can't give the animal hair and expect people not to fuck it. It really do be like that, unfortunately. And a V design to accentuate the flat chest area. Look how flat she is. That's so hot. To quote a famous anime, of course. They had to know, man. A cat will do, yes. It's Capcom, they definitely knew. I think Capcom is so lost in their own sauce at this point. They legitimately were probably surprised when the internet Tumblr started getting angry about Alex's incest controversy. They probably actually didn't see it coming. They thought they were doing some sort of wholesome ending. They forgot how sensitive and stupid American internet is. I'll say this once and I'll say it again. Nobody gave a fuck about Alex until he put on the incest mask. This is the most that anybody has talked about Alex in like 25 years. I can only imagine the horniness wrangling that like the chief art designer has to do versus like their artists, in which you probably have like all these female artists being like, I designed Ada's panties, and then you have to be like, no, that's a little too much there. You're gonna have to tone it down, lady. When Capcom produces something, they always know. Such as, this one. This here is like, I think the most obvious when you know, you know. Of the Capcom costumes. It's like, perhaps Capcom is suggesting something to us. He straight up has a bulge. Never seen that shit. In the same game, there was also the, what is it? What was it? Can I just put in leather? Was it like biker? You can just put in the costumes. The other one was him in a fucking leather harness. Yeah, this is it. So the two RE5 Chris Redfield costumes is one where he's a fucking gay-ass sailor and the other where he's just in literal leather bondage gear. Like, they couldn't be more clear about, you know, who they're trying to appeal to with Chris Redfield. It's so funny. The good thing about RE5 is that for all the Chris Beefcake, we also get a shit ton of sexy women in the same process, so No one complains about servicing the gays as long as we get hot women as well. Until they hit 25, then into the meat grinder they go. I mean, it's RE, so everybody's going into the meat grinder, am I right? There's an old gay guy in Street Fighter. I want to redraw this hand. Hands are the ultimate skill check, honestly, because you have to like think about like the three-dimensional. It's like posture and like acting of the character, but it's also like the three-dimensionality of the object it's holding and shit. Hands are okay. I fucking hate drawing feet more. I still have difficulty with hands, no matter how many I draw. I was watching YouTube video of Ahiko, the Gundam artist, and he can draw like complete pages in like 20 minutes and stuff because he's ex-animator, and even he was like, hands are always difficult. So even like literally the best artists on the planet have difficulty with hands. It's the ultimate final boss for everything. Fingers are... they're complex things that bend around shapes in weird ways that are hard to visualize. You need a feet model to look at while drawing. That's another part of the difficulty, is that they're both like indicators of the character's acting, like their mental state, but then they're also like sexual objects as well. Sometimes it's easier to draw the outline first, and then just sort of get like a general impression, and then try and like fit the rest of the details in. Like you draw like a PS1 claw. This is like the general feel of the hand. Still looks weird. By drawing the outline first, it's easier to kind of like feel the gesture of the hand. Did you see the tweet where a guy got arrested for breaking into a home and licking a woman's feet? Common problem for the foot fetishist, I guess. He couldn't help himself. We started this conversation with saying, what AAA games have there that you need a console to play that have come out recently? And I was like, Elden Ring, but I want to play Neo 3, and I'm listening to Ace Combat. I definitely want to play fucking Ace Combat 8. Ace Combat 8 has a goddamn pink-haired zoomy streamer waifu in it. I'm done. Bro, I want to play Neo 3 so bad but can't run it. Well, I doubt that Tecmo is gonna properly patch that shit, right? They might, but this isn't like... This is fucking Tecmo we're talking about. I don't really think they're super concerned with performance, so... I think you're gonna have to wait for maybe like the modding community to like have some kind of performance fix or some shit. I don't know, but I tried running it on my laptop and it was doing all sorts of weird shit. And the stream was like, yeah, that's a CPU issue. And I don't think it's really performance. Because it would like... It would just like fucking spurg out in a really specific way. That doesn't seem to be related to like heat or anything like that. So I think I'm just gonna have to play it on my PS5. Again, people who are like, no, what's the point of owning a console? Well, this is the point, in that if you're using a PC for your game, you're kind of relying on the competency of the video game developer to know how to make the game run on a variety of different systems and different CPUs and shit, so... It works until it doesn't, and you can complain all you want about how, like, why won't they make it so it runs on my machine? Well, because you're just one of like a million other PC gamers and they can't make it run on everyone's machine, so... It wasn't a problem before. Yeah, probably some like DLS 5.5 bullshit, so... Who knows why it's being caused. It looks exactly the same as Neo 1 and 2, so who knows why this is being caused. I don't know what they changed. And nobody's had this problem with Rise of Ronin, right? So, who the fuck knows? This shouldn't be here. His shoulders are so broad. Like, you wouldn't actually get these suit wrinkles here. I actually should play Elden Ring. There's so many Elden Ring mods. That's the positive side of playing on PC, right? Is the shit ton of mods. You can just be playing different modded versions of Elden Ring that give it all sorts of new like damage moves or different builds and shit like that. insane amounts of mod support when it actually works. Remember how Borderlands 4 doesn't run well on any platform? Yeah. I guess that should be expected from Gearbox at this point. Most of my time in Elden Ring is fucking around with low-level builds for silly invasions. Most of my time in Elden Ring is masturbating while staring at the naked feet of various NPCs, said Miyazaki. We just call it Unreal Engine 5. Is that the real problem? Is that just like any kind of Unreal Engine 5 content is just going to cause stuff to shit the bed? Also, while dying in the swamp, the poison mechanic really interferes with my foot masturbation sessions because it puts a hard time limit on how long I can be standing in the swamp while I stare at the woman's feet. It's a real problem. I hope they can patch that out. Damage over time immunity when you're around a barefoot character. Implement it now, Miyazaki. Silk Song really showed how to do a poison swamp mechanic right. How about we just don't have poison swamps for a while? How about that? I can do without poison swamps in video games for, you know, maybe 5 or so years. Maybe we just get away from the poison swamps for a bit. We can come back later. Has everyone been like, oh man, you know what level I like? The fucking poison swamp level. Just use poison resistance, you silly goose. I mean, it really doesn't matter. By the time you get to the most of the poison swamps in Elden Ring, you're just straight up healing through that shit because you have so many flasks. It's like you just chug the fucking flasks. I think Blighttown might have been the first time I cursed at a game. That sounds like a zoomy opinion. Video games were way harder than Dark Souls back in my day. People who didn't play games back when, like, even when you were playing a console video game, the developers still hadn't figured out that you weren't on arcade anymore, so they had limited numbers of continues that would, like, cause you to reset from certain points, like, way farther back. People who weren't playing games in that era, or the horror of the arcade in which you would be doing very well and then someone would fucking get in the machine next to you and beat the shit out of your ass and, like, choose Pet Shop. And suddenly this fucking hawk is flying around and shooting icicles at you. People who didn't have that experience doesn't know how easy video games have become. The fact that Dark Souls is often listed as, like, you're a real hardcore gamer if you can beat this game, is really just shows how fucking casualized and easy video games are nowadays. I wish more fuckers played Ninja Gaiden, crying about hard time fucking zoomers. I think the number one most difficult game that I keep on thinking about that I can't get over is this one. I've shown this before, but it is literally a quick time game. It's just one QTE after another. But the first fucking stage... This is the first fucking stage. You do, you do Parappa stuff, and I was like failing at this. But the second stage is going to start in like 5 seconds. After he does doing his office dance. Okay, see, press X rapidly. This is the hard part. It's impossible to understand how rapidly you have to press the X just based on this video. But the next thing is this. Avoid the iron ball. Run with the X button. Running, use up and down directional buttons to avoid obstacles. This game cannot be paused. This game cannot be paused. You have to mash X so fast to not get crushed by the iron ball. I rented this game thinking it was going to be like a fun, short game to play over the weekend, and I got stuck on the second fucking stage of this game because I couldn't mash hard enough. I couldn't fucking mash the button hard enough to not get crushed by this ball. And I just got fucking hard locked. I can't remember if I ever got to the elevator section. I don't think I did. I got stopped on the second fucking stage of this game. And it was just because my finger strength wasn't high enough. And this was me like, when I was like in fucking middle school or whatever. And I had like God tier, well at least not God tier, but at least like as good a mashing ability I was ever going to have in my life. Is this RE4? It's like, think of the RE4 Krauser fight mashing speed. It's like that times like 1.5, I think, in terms of the speed at which you have to mash. Did you return the game or keep it? Well, it was a rental. This was back in the day when uncles got to rent their video games on the weekend from the local store. This will seem like a foreign concept to you guys, but you didn't necessarily buy your games. If it was a short-ass game, you could just rent it for a little bit. I thought it was a good rental game, but it wasn't even that. Gotta exercise their digits. The joy of carpal tunnel syndrome. There was a brief period in the PS1 where everything just involved mashing. Where people were just like, you know, it'd be cool if we forced people to mash. Remember in Final Fantasy VIII how there was a special option, like a special skill where if you mashed during the super long video, then it would increase your damage. Yeah. I'm glad we're not living in that era of gaming anymore because it fucking sucked. And then, like, there was a brief return to it after the success of RE4, and other developers were like, seems like a really cool mechanic. I, too, want to cause carpal tunnel syndrome. The funny thing is that RE4 speedrunners, I forgot what specifically the bug is, but there's some sort of part of it where they have to basically just mash nonstop throughout the entire run. And it makes, like, Leon run faster or something. I forgot how it works. But it's, like, it leads to long-term health issues with all these RE4 streamers just because, like, they're mashing nonstop for, like, 2 hours. It's so bad for their tendons. The things that people will do for their RTAs. The stupid mashing in Dragon Ball fighting games where you have to mash it with win the key beam war. Yeah. Anybody who's complaining about video games nowadays probably didn't experience all the stupid fucking mechanics that developers thought were cool back at the day. There was definitely a part of it of, like, video games in the 90s and like early 2000s where we were still in the mode of like, our game is too short if this isn't incredibly meaninglessly difficult, so we're just gonna pad the game by making it impossible to beat because you have like a limited number of credits and continues, and if like you're out of credits, despite this not being an arcade game, you just have to start at the beginning. It was just like a massive fuck you to anybody who had bought the game, but the arcades were way more predatory than whatever video game shit we complain about right now. The Zoomies will never understand this. If you were good at the video game, you got to play forever, and if you were bad at the video game, your gameplay stopped after like 2 minutes. So... and like, there's no amount of limit to the bullshit that the game could throw at you to just like, oh, it's like, oh, you want to beat this game? Well, guess what? Guess what stage we're on now? Here's the stage where we take your money. You know, they could just do that. It's like, surely because you've come this far, you'll be willing to feed it more quarters. If you were good, you played forever. Yes, your parents definitely never took you somewhere after 20 minutes. If your parents were taking you to the arcade in the first place, then you probably weren't allowed to play forever anyways, because if you're on the KOF SNK arcade machine, then local Mexican uncle would show up and just beat the shit out of your characters, and your quarters would be gone. Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer is literally just like, you know, it's just luck, or you'd have to memorize the route and shit like that, right? I never had a Dragon Slayer at my local arcade, I think. I never saw one. Shout out Athena and Sakazaki KOF. The number of good KOF girls is pretty impressive. SNK, as a developer, put all of their points in being able to design cute girls and sexy girls whose bras were exposed when they lost in the fighting game, and they put very little of their energy and their stat points into the ability to have a profitable company that doesn't need to be supported by Saudi oil money to exist. KOF has the best girls, genuinely. They really do. They're still coming out with banger girls, even in like the more recent versions. That's the thing. SNK hasn't fallen off. It's just that they have such limited appeal in the first place that they can't really continue to exist in the current video game environment without a bunch of Saudi oil help. I mean, even Ronaldo is the best girl. Like, I often list Sheva and Master Raven as the rare examples of fuckable black female characters in video games, which are, of course, designed by Japan. But we have to remember, of course, this one right here. Absolute sexo. Dolores looks like she crawled out of Bayonetta 2. She even has like witch symbols on her body, so... She has mud powers. I also like the other tan character that they recently introduced, who is like some sort of like street art character. Sexy Banksy. Thoughts on Dead or Alive? I will reserve my thoughts on Dead or Alive until we get Dead or Alive 6, because we're going to get them. Not 6, 7. I always kind of enjoyed the Dead or Alive fighting gameplay. It's nice and fast-paced, and it has like a good balance between just like the mashiness of it, but also like advanced fighting, like strategy and stuff. The way in which you can counter basically whatever anybody is doing with any character makes it's an interesting balance compared to a lot of the other video games out there, a lot of the other fighting games, where basically any punch or any kick you throw out can just be reversed if they predict you right. It's a pretty elegant solution to having too much offense, I think. But it still is a fast-paced, relatively offensive-heavy game. I think Tekken could learn a lot of things from just the simplicity of Dead or Alive. Tekken can learn a lot of things from anyone above room temperature IQ. Remember when Tekken stands were enjoying life thousands of years ago? When they were like, Tekken 7 is so much fun. Gee, I sure love Tekken. I heard from a player that Tekken has no footsies anymore, it's just mashing LMAO. Even as someone who doesn't play the game, if you watch the difference between high-level Tekken and Tekken 7 and the current version of Tekken 8, it's just immediately recognizable. Tekken 7, it's a lot of pokes. Tekken 7 would just be like poke, poke, block, block, poke, sidestep, huge hop kick, and then like half of your hit point bar would just like evaporate, and then you go back to like sidestepping and poking and stuff like that, and ultimately the amount of health you lost by getting hit by that one hop kick and the amount that you would lose just by getting chipped away at little pokes here and there was about equal. And then if you watch like competitive Tekken 8 right now, it's just like your turn, my turn. It'll just be like endless offense by one character, and it goes on forever and ever and ever, and if they get a hit in and a big hit in, like the other character just dies, and then like you have to wait for that person's offense to end, and then it's the next person's offensive turn, and the offense just never ends. Like doesn't seem to be like any real interrupt. It feels almost like Guilty Gear combos or shit, except it's not even a combo. It's just like an endless string of offensive moves. It really is kind of unrecognizable from any of the previous Tekkens, and I don't understand why the developer team thought this was a good idea. Even if they just wanted to, just from the perspective like keeping their existing fan base. You've had like the same fan base that has been buying your fucking game for the last, 30 years or whatever. So why would you do this to them? And the answer is, who knows? They're fucking retarded. I was the biggest Tekken fan and I ain't ever going back to Tekken 8. They're just gonna have to like... Well, the crazy thing is that everybody fucking hates it. Everybody has been super vocal about hating it. There is literally nobody who's like, oh, I don't know, I think it's okay. Nobody says that. Everybody from the most casual of casuals to the highest sweaty tournament level players are all saying like they need to change that shit back. And they still haven't changed it. And in fact, I guess they've exasperated it. Exasperated? Is it exasperate? Exasperate is a different word from exasperate, right? I don't know. Anyways, if you look at the Steam reviews right now, like, the most recent patches it still has just as many, like, it's worse comments than it had, like, 6 and 7 months ago, so they're not, like, changing it at all. Who knows what they're thinking? They keep saying they'll buff defense, but do the opposite every single patch. Maybe they don't even know how to buff defense. There is a real possibility that it's not, like, purposeful and they just don't understand what they're doing. I mean, I'm a huge Soul Calibur fan entirely for the purpose of masturbation, but I think Soul Calibur 6, the most recent one, had a lot of, like, I don't know, things that you might consider to be advanced mechanics, but I thought were just, like, poorly conceived, like a lot of, like, rock, paper, scissors games in the middle of the fighting game, even though fighting games are already, like, rock, paper, scissors games. They put, like, a secondary rock, paper, scissors game in Soul Calibur 6 and stuff like that. Just a lot of, like the person who thought of this thought they were being big brain, but I don't know if this is really a big brain mechanic. I don't know if it needs to exist kind of shit. So I heard that the Soul Calibur people were being onboarded into the Tekken team, so there is a possibility that that's the reason of the problem. It's pretty rare for fighting games that kind of live and die by their mechanics to have such universally unpopular mechanics halfway through added in a patch, and then instead of, like, doing something about it, they just let it fester like it is. The game was apparently good at one point, so someone must be fucking up? Yeah. And it's not Harada because he's gone. So, who knows? I perused the Soul Calibur 2 art gallery a lot in my youth. This one in particular, I have a lot of fond memories as a young man. Just legendary character design right there. What if we had a ninja, but her nipples were always erect at all times? Have we ever considered that? Notice the masterful art by the artist in which he successfully shows both the ass and the titties and the armpit and the bottom of the feet all in one image. She's just naked, dog? No, it's a specifically constructed, hyper-efficient ninja sneaking suit. Ninjas must wear such attire in order for them to function at maximum efficiency. The original Taimanin, 100%. Taimanin Asagi is based off of Taki, and Prison Battleship Girls are based off of the Seed Girls. There's very obvious inspiration for both of them. What if we had sexy ninja in skin-tight bodysuit? What if we had sexy ship admiral in skin-tight uniform? Clearly not naked. I mean, real women can't complain about Taki's bodysuits considering they've figured out that they can just show off their ass at all times by wearing yoga pants. The modern yoga pants trend is literally the Taki bodysuit, so... Didn't 3 celebrities just do a video exploiting their own bodies and asses like 2 days ago? I forgot their names. Again, we had this discussion when I was working on the next page of this comic in the last stream, but the question was like, how do they explain why there's a giant boob window in Power Girl's suit? And I was just like, I don't understand why they're not just allowed to say that Power Girl likes showing off her cleavage because she knows she's hot and she enjoys people lusting after her body, considering this is what real women do in real life on a daily basis. If they think they have a hot body and they think that people are going to lust after them, they might want to show off their body because they enjoy the power they hold over other people by being sexy. I don't understand why this is so difficult a concept. No, Baal, women do not like owning their sexualities. What are you talking about? That myth. That's right. I should never suggest such offensive things about all the poor exploited women online. The funny thing about, remember the fappening and how like media was like, this is deplorable. How dare they leak these pics of all these innocent women having their shit exposed on the internet. It's like, yeah, the whole exposing on the internet was illegal and a crime and stuff like that, but nobody talked about the fact that all of these women were taking videos of their ass and pussy to send to other people in the first place. It's not like these were like the person hacked into the local camera at the pool and got like changing videos of him. These were all on these women's phones in the first place. They were like, you want to see my pussy, boyfriend? It's always like, no, revenge porn. These men, they're exploiting female bodies, no. And then it's like, yeah, well, why were you sending your boyfriend video footage of your vagina in the first place? Just don't send people video of your vagina. I know this is a huge difficulty challenge. This is a huge challenge for both men and women, actually. Men, don't send people your images of your cock challenge. Difficulty impossible. Even higher difficulty than women, don't send sexy videos of yourself and post it on TikTok challenge. We must never forget our hero. What's his name? Wiener. The fact that there was a major Clinton scandal of all the Clinton scandals tied to one of her aides being married to a guy who got exiled from politics because he repeatedly was sending people photos of his cock and his name was Wiener will never not be funny, and we must always remind ourselves of that this happened in American politics. People have way too much confidence in the security of software. People just don't think ahead that much, that's all. Also, I'm pretty sure that all the people who are claiming how horrible the fappening was, a good percentage of them didn't actually care as much as they were, you know, protesting, but, you know, they have a lot of lawyers that they're employing. So, you know, the whole media ecosystem gotta eat, and that includes being outraged at this shit. What do you think about Trump's recent tweet? I'm not following Trump's tweets, dude. If you think I'm gonna waste my time being like, Trump tweeted something, then I don't have time for that shit. I have better things to do with my life than pay attention to the ramblings of a senile old man. Nobody look at my hot leaked nudes, it's very rude. What is particularly rude is if your nudes aren't hot and they become famous for not being hot. On SP, the female women's soccer team goalkeeper Hope Solo got her nudes leaked, if anyone knows about this. And to this day, well, maybe not to this day, but the last time I checked, they still post videos of, it's like, not videos, the photo is like, you can understand the context of the delicious roast beef sandwich brought to you by Arby's. Yes, apparently her vagina flaps were the very definition of a roastie, and so there was all sorts of edits like that. If she had beautiful, clean, non-flappy vagina flaps, all of this could have been avoided. I've heard that the incel idea that if you just are a promiscuous woman and are having too much sex, that's what causes your vagina flaps to, you know, stretch out and become roast beef-like. That, yikes, poor lady. Hope Solo doesn't need... you don't need to feel bad for her. Most accounts expose her as being like quite an asshole, so she doesn't need your sympathy. She's had like many public issues of like getting into fight. It's not true. Some women are just blessed with their perfect vagina anatomy, while others are just cursed with the massive dangling brown flaps of delicious roast beef. It's 100% genetic. I don't know. I like to believe that, like many things, people who have unattractive physical characteristics have earned it from their bad karma. Similarly, men who have small penises are because they're pathetic beta males who performed incorrectly in their previous life. We also know that New Orleans was hit by a hurricane because it had too many abortions. My pastor said so. So glad I have a mediocre penis the size of my iPhone XR, thank you God. What if your penis was like the size of your iPhone, but was also like flat like an iPhone? It was literally an iPhone shape. It was like the thickness of a disc. I'd ask for Death Striker's opinion on that if she was here. Flat penises, a curse or a blessing? iPhone-shaped penis. I bet the if it was like actually shaped by an iPhone, the part of the iPhone camera that juts out could be used for sexual stimulation, right? This is your iPhone-shaped cock. Like this part here, where it's like super thin, but like the bulbous, the bumpy nature of the camera part. You use this to stimulate the G-spot right here. No curve equals swagness. Eye cock, yeah. We talk about this like it's a ridiculous concept, but you know there's like some guy who has stuck his phone, well, not just some guy, there's probably been many gay guys who have successfully inserted various phones up their own asshole. So this is less of a hypothetical situation than it seems to be. I think a lot of guys have jammed their phone up their ass. If you consider like how often gay guys successfully stick stuff up their ass, and how their phone is like literally a hard object that everybody has on them at all times. Like when you're like drunk or high and being like, bro, let's see if I can fit this this phone that I carry with me all the time up my ass. Must be something that happens all the time. Any EMTs in chat that can confirm? I'm sure that like mistakenly getting your phone stuck up your ass is like way more common. It's probably one of the more common items that they have to remove. Because it's like always there, right? Like the for people who are like up for a challenge, being like, my phone has gotten smaller recently. The recent iPhone is smaller, so I bet this one can fit. Or maybe even the opposite. It's like the newer phones are larger. Let's see if I can successfully fit this one up. Every nurse has a billion stories about dudes that get shit stuck up their ass. Women can't even compete with men, that's the truth. The only thing that women get stuck up their holes are like babies and stuff, and they usually get their babies to come out unless they like die in childbirth. Whereas men are out here in the great unknown, sticking all sorts of previously impossible things up their ass. The Supergirl hair is really confounding me, what I want to do with her hair. I've had to redo it multiple times already. It's just like inconsistent between different art sources. Then there was the dude who went into an MRI with a butt plug that had a metal core. Speaking of butt plugs, do you think that the chess grandmaster Magnuson like accusing of someone cheating in a live tournament, and then the theory that he had like an ass plug that was giving him information through like vibrations in his asshole on which moves to play next. Do you think that was a real thing? I don't know if it's true or not, but I choose to believe that it's true because the world is way more fun to think that, like, this guy was like, what kind of edge can I have? I know how to win this. A vibrating remote-controlled thing in my ass. Ladies also get IUDs. That's an opposite of a baby, though. I forgot about those things. They're pretty small, though, right? What if the IUD was like the size of a Rubik cube or something? What if you had to like fit a bad dragon-sized object up your vagina? It'd probably be very unpopular as an option. Top Counter-Strike is filled with cheaters. Yeah, I've been recommended videos of like people just like straight up cheating right during a tournament and getting caught mid-tournament and stuff. I don't think I could want a medication enough to have something installed in my body. I don't want any medications at all. I'm already getting kind of anxious about having to get my ass injection next month. Because it's like set up to be like a surgery. It's not surgery at all. It's just like they just shoot an injection into your asshole. But I don't know. Injections as a whole can go incredibly wrong. You have to have a lot of faith in the medical system. Considering so many people fucking die from medical accidents. I'm someone who generally isn't sick, so I don't have to expose myself to, you know, the problems that present yourself when you go into the hospital and get, like, any kind of mistake can result in your death. You'll be okay, spoken like someone who works in the medical system. But the best way to not die from medical malpractice is to not go to the hospital in the first place. Unfortunately, I don't think these hemorrhoids are going to go away without some kind of surgery level. Shit, so I think it's unavoidable at this point. What about installing a nanomachine that kills hemorrhoids on the inside? Yes. That's definitely the future, guys. If you're anxious about the hospital, you should have Elon install his fucking cyberlink in your spine. Imagine if Tesla and Elon actually invented whatever, like, something that you install Neuralink directly in your spine. Imagine the amount of, like, stupid early adopter tech bros that would go, like, paralyzed. And it'd be like, yeah, I can't move from the waist down, but I don't blame Elon. It's just a common problem. It was still worth it. I can browse my phone using my mind thanks to the futuristic technology. Yes, I can't walk anymore, but it's a small price to pay than being part of the new humanity. Try the injection, hopefully that'll do it. I'm very confident that the injection will be more than enough because just using the steroids now has basically reduced the inflammation of the hemorrhoid tissue to a minimum, so it's really not bothering me at all. Honestly, if it was just up to me, I probably wouldn't get the injection and just ignore it, but then I assume that I just have like one hard shit and the hemorrhoid tissue would get inflamed again, so... But right now, the hemorrhoids are pretty fully under control. You have the same problem as Gintama's Hanzo? Not really. I assumed the Gintama character was in immense pain all the time, because that's how hemorrhoid jokes always go. There isn't a hemorrhoid character if they don't, if that is just has like painless hemorrhoids, which is what I have. Hemorrhoids are only funny if you're in constant pain when you're shitting. If you just have like some amount of bleeding once in a while, that's not enough, so... I just noted Superman is hard. I don't know why you'd accuse Superman of such a slanderous comment. Superman is platonically holding his cousins right now. That would never result in him having an erection. Why would you accuse him of something like that? Don't be weird, guys. That's not what kind of a comic this is about. I don't miss my post-birth hemorrhoids. What a hemorrhoid amateur. You got your hemorrhoids because you gave birth to a child. I got my hemorrhoids from trying to skirt my responsibilities at my job and hiding on the toilet and applying pressure to my asshole for hours on end for many years. We are not the same. He's clearly just enjoying time with his family. Did you guys know about the Superman incest meme? I only recently found out about it, which is why I was like, oh, I should draw it. If you look for image search for Superman incest, there's a shit ton of Superman incest panels. Like, I thought it was just like one panel, but there's like 4 or 5 in which he's like, Supergirl, we can't marry. It was like a super common thing. You showed it last stream? Yeah. But I went back and searched for more, and there was like 4 or 5 more of them. They were just really dedicated to the whole... My cousin is extremely fuckable, but I'm not allowed to fuck them angle of the Superman myth. That's the case for Hulk and She-Hulk. She-Hulk, the MCU TV show, had really bad reviews. And in many ways was the peak of the DEI era of like stupid girl power bullshit. But imagine if the entire show was centered on the sexual tension between Bruce Banner and his cousin. We would have had a whole different situation. It would be Heaven Kino. Now the question is, how do I do the blue versus the red with different shades of gray? I don't even know which would be the darker gray, the blue or the red. Maybe I make the S black. That's a one way of doing it. Yeah, but no, the cape needs to be red, so... Post-stream, wait, there's more? There really was more. Blue is darker, yeah, but it might be a little too dark if I'm not careful, I don't know. We're gonna find out. This is the good thing of working digitally. You can just color in an area and then go from there. You can change the darkness. You can even, if you don't like the entire thing, you can just convert what you put down as a color to convert it to a selection. And do all sorts of things from there. Now, if this was like me working in an analog, I'd have to understand which tone I wanted to use. And then if I put it on and it was like, oh god, this looks bad, I'd have to fucking peel it off. Pre-digital manga making tools fucking suck. I don't want to hear about how it was more soulful back then. It wasn't. It sucked. Also, before they had those helpful manga sheets for the tone that you could like paste on things to make gray, you'd have to make gray by literally doing dots, just like dot, 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 dot. The best part is where Rhett leaves her. You're talking about Gone with the Wind? The most popular Hollywood romance before Titanic is a girl trying to fuck her cousin. Gone with the Wind sucks, by the way. Wait, was Rhett Scarlett O'Hara's cousin? I can't remember. I only saw Gone with the Wind once. I like how this expression turned out. I completely redrew the page because I didn't like the angle and stuff. It just didn't have the heroic energy that Superman has when he's hugging platonically his cousins. Rhett was a bad boy who raped her and had a kid with her, not the cousin. The guy that she settled with was the cousin? I can't remember. I can't even remember what she does. Rhett is the bad boy that everybody wants to fuck. Or not everybody, but like spoiled female brat wants to get fucked by bad boy. I remember that after Rhett leaves her, she's like, there's like a guy who's making money in the general store business or something. I don't even remember the cousin figure. It's funny because, like, if you complain now in the modern day era about all those Korean guys complaining about how women are on the cock carousel, and then once they want to, you know, get off the cock carousel, they find the beta male to pick up the slack. All that complaint, like, online feminists will accuse you of being, like, a misogynist incel and stuff. But we knew that was, like, a common thing that women would do for many, many years. And we have it in our popular media, and nobody thought twice about it. Like, of course, if you're Scarlett O'Hara, you're gonna get fucked by bad boy Rhett, and then, like, you're gonna go and find, you know, the rich guy who's boring, while also still lusting after bad boy cock, and nobody was like, you know, this is crazy what women do. Everyone was just like, yeah, seems about right. Nobody bat an eye at it. They weren't like, that is despicable behavior. No, it was just like Scarlett O'Hara's, she's doing her best to survive. She said she was never going to be poor again, and by God, she's doing her best. She wanted her cousin for like 2/3 of the film. I don't even remember this character. Scarlett O'Hara, cousin. Gone with Wind. Gone with the Wind, the key cousin figure is Melanie Hamilton Wilkes, who is Ashley Wilkes' wife and cousin. Ashley married his cousin in Gone with the Wind. Ashley falls in love with Scarlett O'Hara. He feels he will not be happy with Scarlett, so marries his cousin Melanie Hamilton shortly before the Civil War. So it's not Scarlett O'Hara. He is Melanie and her cousin Ashley Wilkes. Family background. I like the fucking AI overview. Family background. Melanie and her cousin Ashley Wilkes married to keep the bloodline within the family. That's right, guys. We have to make sure that we increase the possibility of genetic defects, boys. Gotta keep it in the family. I like just how our predictive word machine is just like, it has its data on the concept of like keeping your bloodlines pure, and it spits out the data like it's just a normal thing. I mean, there is, this is, keep it in a family was a phrase that we had, so the AI is reading it on the internet from like old text and is just like, yep, that's the motivation, gotta keep it in the fucking family. Hashtag just Southern things is right. This fucking film was the pinnacle of romance until Titanic for Hollywood, by the way. Yes. It's still, if we adjust for inflation, it's still the most successful movie financially of all time, I believe. Women were like, oh, it's so... What we learned from that is, A, Americans really like slavery, and women really like rape and incest and stuff. It's funny when we contrast that with modern day, in which, like, if you have like one of these Southern white women, or not even Southern, but the white women who are on TikTok going to the antebellum parties, then you're like, look, she's a bad person. It's like, yeah, but America has been fascinated with this and been idolizing this for, you know, ever since the end of the Civil War. Like, this isn't actually new. This is why I rarely watch romance films. What's the greatest romance of all time, guys? And don't say the Zoro Sanji Dojin that I recently read. White Album 2. White Album 2 is up there if you guys haven't seen the anime. It's based on a rom-com game, not there's no comedy in it. But I watched the White Album 2 anime because it was like available on Crunchyroll when I still had a Crunchyroll subscription, and it's like shockingly good. The anime sucks. Look, if the anime is enjoyable, that means the original was even better. But I can't be bothered to play a picture book. White Album 2 is all about, like, MC. He can have a normal, productive life with a normal girl who likes him. But then there's also this giga-autistic piano girl who can't fucking wipe her own ass without help from the MC. And obviously the true route is you have to go with the autism. Mysterious autistic girl? Yeah. You should read it. It will make you cry a little bitch. I don't play eroge or visual novels in general. I only play Nukige. If it doesn't involve an orc molesting and raping and psychosexually torturing a big boob kunoichi, I'm not reading it. And even then, I just go back and masturbate to the stills instead of replaying the game and stuff. Average autistic female just be like, it's like, no, don't worry, autism girl, I will impregnate you now. The funny thing is that this has just like literally become a meme in Japan on the Japanese internet called I can't fucking draw Kai. Kai no aru kareshi. Can't even do kareshi right now. It's this kareshi. Yeah, I think that's correct. Is it Nimbeng? I can't remember if it's 1 or 2. This is understanding boyfriend. The understanding boyfriend meme is you start with mental illness girl, and like the beginning part of like these essays, personal story comments is how hard her life is because of her crippling mental illness, and it always resolves by the boyfriend just showing up and he's like, don't worry, crippling mental illness girl, I will deal with all of your bullshit and also put a baby inside of you. And the manga always ends with her being like, well, I feel better now that my understanding boyfriend, who is willing to absorb all of my bipolar issues and, you know, mood swings and all the bullshit I throw at him, now that he's showed up. Somehow, the male version of those comics doesn't seem to exist except in the most, like, indulgent fantasies. There doesn't seem to be, like, many occasions in which it was like, yes, I was a fat otaku loser with autism, but luckily the big titty One-chan showed up to save my ass. If only it was true. I think it's way more true in Japan than it might be in other countries, though. Fat ass babysitter I has as a kid saved me from the neathood. Where is that comment? What, by getting you a job? I think these blacks here are too black right here. Overdo it. I was thinking about this pattern of mentally ill loser gets fucked and it solves all their problems, because on 4chan, I was browsing a gender swapping thread, and it ended up just being a stealth invincible thread, but someone posted a picture of gender swapped female Adachi whining and complaining to Dojima and Persona 4. And Adachi was taking off her coat, showing her bra that you could see through her shirt, because she was sweaty and stuff. And I was just thinking, man, this version of Adachi wouldn't have to commit murders if hot Oji-san Dojima just gave her the dick. All of those murders could have been avoided as long as Dojima fucked her. And then I was thinking, wait a second, that would be the same for the male Adachi as well. As long as, like, any female is willing to fuck Adachi, all of those deaths could have been avoided. It really is that simple. Women owed him sex, and yet none of them provided him the sex that he needed. It does bring up a question, was Adachi a virgin or not? I think the immediate reaction was, of course he was a virgin. But there's also the possibility that he was like, he did get sex, but he was like way more mentally disturbed than we're giving him credit for, and the sex didn't solve his mental illnesses, and he was still embittered in general at life, even though he got pussy. But I'm much more willing to believe that he just was a virgin. Adachi is honestly a good villain just because he's an average entitled 4chan doomscroller. Yeah. Adachi is good because he's simple when he thinks he's complex. He's also good because he's a very obvious contrasting figure versus the main character group of the party. Main character group of the party, they have their difficulties, but everybody gets together and they have buddies and they can work through their issues. Adachi thought he was too smart for that shit. He was never really willing to form a community. And he just became more bitter and more isolated, which it correlates to the core themes of the Persona games, which is about your relationships with people and your social links and shit like that. Because Adachi had no social links. Or more like he had social links, but he chose not to pursue them. Instead, you find him alone at the local mall, being like, I'm alone, and it's easier that way. Sure, it's lonely, but, you know, it's okay. He just like me for real, for real. Adachi is the Jungian shadow of the party and the protag. Yeah, basically. Every villain that is well designed should be like a mirror of the protagonist. I mean, it doesn't have to always be that way, but the mirrors, the villains that we tend to remember the most tend to be in correlation to the main character. In fact, everything should always be in correlation to the main character. That's just writing 101. The protagonist should relate to everything. That's why Batman has the most beloved rogues gallery. Yes, the Riddler is the Jungian shadow of Batman because Batman loves puzzles, but not like that. The Riddler is the version of Batman who goes crazy because he loves puzzles so much. LMAO. Speaking of like writing tropes and like shit that we're just discussing, like basic writing main characters and stuff, the number of responses to my Chainsaw Man comic of Fujimoto defenders who are like, no, all of you losers, you don't understand. This was all designed by the author. It's supposed to not make sense. It's supposed to be a dream ending. The amount of cope in the comments of the people who are still glazing Fujimoto, even to this point, was extremely funny. Just like maximum level cope going on. People just don't want to believe that authors are extremely fallible. I didn't know that Fujimoto had given an interview in which he said that he wanted to have the ending to be absurd like Big Lebowski, which made me respect him way, way less than before. And that's saying a lot, because I think that anybody who shits out it was all a dream ending should, you know, absolutely get torched as a creator. But if he was like, yeah, that's totally, this is me doing a Coen Brothers, if this is his idea of like a Coen Brothers ending, then I don't know what to say to you, dog. You're completely lost in the sauce. For one thing, you can't do Coen Brothers shit in weekly serialized manga. People have already invested way too much time in this stuff, so their tolerance for that kind of bullshit is going to be way lower. But nobody, when they talk about Big Lebowski, was like, holy shit, that was such a waste of time. I didn't get the resolution I wanted. Said no one. Never cared for the Big Lebowski. Insist upon myself. I don't know what my favorite Coen Brothers movie was, considering I'm someone who generally likes positive, lighthearted fare. I mean, they have some comedies like Hail Caesar and stuff, I think it's probably True Grit. I'm a big True Grit fan. I really enjoyed their remake. I think the bleakness of the Coen brothers, the direction they usually take their stories, fits well with like the harshness of the Western frontier. Does anyone here watch Joseph Kahn films? I can't remember what he made. I think I've seen a few, but... Torque, Neuromancer, Fangoria. Wait, does he not have an IMDb phase? Is this guy just a music video? All they list is music video movies. Is this a different Joseph Kahn? Torque, Detention, Body, and Ick. I don't think I've seen any of them. No, I haven't. This is a pretty normal comment, but... my favorite modern filmmaker is... probably Alexander Payne. Let's see. Full filmography is... Let's see, what percentage have I seen? Election, seen. About Schmidt, seen. Sideways, seen it. Descendants, seen it. Nebraska, seen it. The only one I haven't seen is Downsizing and Holdovers, so I haven't seen the most recent two. But I really liked the first 5 or so. They're generally about neurotic, mentally unstable people or just straight up losers finding themselves. Wait, didn't he also make Citizen Ruth? It's just not listed here. Yeah, Citizen Ruth isn't listed for some reason. I don't know why. What's the point of Wikipedia if you're not gonna list his entire filmography? I really enjoyed Citizen Ruth. Probably the best abortion comedy out there. I remember when I first saw Citizen Ruth for the first time, I immediately went back and went like through it scene by scene to see what he was doing in each scene. Which is something that was very rare for me because I wasn't really a film head. And I don't know why I was so impressed, but in my youth I was like super impressed by his filmmaking. So I should start with Ruth Gotcha. It's a very nice low-budget movie about the super fun topic of getting abortions. The good thing about Citizen Ruth is that the main character is an absolute piece of shit. Most of his main characters are like pieces of shit, but they're like pieces of shit that you actually like. Like, he does a really good job of like finding the likable aspects of like shitty human beings.
Meet Ruth Stoops. The cops know her by name.
Ruth, wake up. Ruth!
The judge knows her on sight.
Do you know how many times you've been arrested in the last year and a half?
5.
16 times. You're sick of me.
But nobody ever really noticed her.
You know you're pregnant?
why don't you just do us all a favor?
Notice that her entire face is covered with like spray paint.
Everybody
She's
wants
been
a
huffing.
piece of her.
When we heard about your case, I just knew we had to help.
They want to use you to send a message.
Ruth Stoops, I have a couple of questions about your case.
This is a private matter.
Oh, no, that's it.
One side is pulling from her left.
It is always women like you who are most victimized by anti-choice. Third world women, women of color.
I'm not a colored woman.
The other side is pushing from her right.
God loves you.
Holy shit, it's Burt Reynolds. I forgot he was in that.
A national alert.
And both sides
Car!
That is Burt Reynolds, right?
will pay anything
I am holding here a check for $15,000.
to get their message delivered.
This is her getting super happy because the anti-abortion camp is saying they're going to give her fucking $15,000, accurately representing how little money she has because she's wasting all of her time using drugs. The face when you're a girl failure is stuck in the middle of an abortion debate. I don't want to spoil the movie, but I assume most of you aren't actually going to watch it, but she has a miscarriage, and when she shits her dead baby out in the toilet and she's like, oh, I had a miscarriage, like the reaction of you as a viewer is like, of course you have a miscarriage, because she's been like using drugs throughout the movie, like from the first scene, just like non-stop. And like the entire, all these pro-abortion and anti-abortion people are fighting over her body. And then she's like, the baby is gone. And then she has to run away from the abortion clinic. This looks like something I'd hate with a burning passion, not gonna lie. If you're not willing to tolerate morally, not even ambiguous, but morally like shitty characters, you're gonna have a hard time with Alexander Payne movies. A lot of Alexander Payne movies are like character studies of like extremely questionable people, but like the director makes it funny. Did she flush it? Yeah, I believe she flushed it. Like one of my favorite scenes in Nebraska is like there's just like a bunch of local Nebraskan dudes talking about like cars and stuff. And then their mother, during the conversation, is like, yeah, they can't drive right now because their license has been taken away after the rape. It's like the dark humor where it's like, oh, they're just some good old boys, and then it's like, yeah, the reason why they can't drive is because of the rape. I say I like, generally speaking, happy stories, so I have difficulty with the Coen Brothers movies. But I also like to have some amount of darkness in my movie, and the Alexander Payne films generally have just like the right amount of darkness. Of course, BB laughs at it. It's hilarious. I think most of their conversation is them like talking about how quickly you can drive. And it's all local actors, by the way. They like amateurs. This here, all-time script writing right here.
So how long it take you to get here?
I don't know. We got sort of waylaid in Rapid City. That's where Dad had his little accident.
But how long total?
Couple days, I guess.
From Billings?
Yeah.
How far is that?
Probably about 750 miles?
It took you 2 days to drive 750 miles? Were you driving a dump truck or something?
It's a Subaru. Outback.
Hell, I drove up from Dallas one time. That's 850 miles. I'd done that in 8 hours.
That's like over 100 miles an hour.
Oh, Bart was moving.
Over 100 miles per hour. The entirety of Nebraska is just like fucking Hicks talking about stupid shit, like how quickly they drove. Makes me wonder how much time he had to spend in Nebraska to pick up on the level of conversation that you are exposed to. Power Girl, nice. I will draw Power Girl for any sort of excuse. I think she is the most attractive superheroine by far, or at least the sexiest, the most fuckable, the most breedable by far, so... More than Wonder Woman, right? I don't really find Wonder Woman breedable. Honestly. She has a weird aesthetic. I don't like her costume very much. Wonder Woman has some of the weirdest superhero abilities, and you can tell she was designed in like 1920 or whatever. She can't fly, but instead she has an invisible plane. She has bulletproof equipment, but it's just her stupid bracelets, which cover approximately like 3 inches of her body. So she sure as fuck better not get hidden anywhere else. She has a fucking magical lasso. I don't know, man. None of these things seem to be like the equipment I would want as a superhero. But because she's one of these original characters, they just have to continually use her forever. It's a weird situation. She's clearly, like, extremely underpowered when compared to, like, all the Supermans of the planet. But I guess they have Batman, so... Batman, who is even more underpowered. Wait, Wonder Woman can fly? What do you mean? She couldn't fly back in the day. She would use her invisible plane. I'm not even a comic head and I know how this shit works, guys. Wonder Woman invisible jet. If she can fly, why is she getting in her fucking invisible jet? She's just constantly flying around in her fucking invisible jet. Why does it have to be invisible? I don't know. It's stealth technology. She can fly, she just has an invisible jet for the flex. Kind of like how Gaben can swim, but he has a yacht for the flex, I guess, right? Am I right, fellow Steam consumers? To sell toys. Also, DC also has, like, what, Hawkman, whose superpower is being able to fly. Right next door, these other characters who can also fly and have other superpowers besides flying. The DC superheroes are extremely poorly designed. How is it conductive that only the jet is invisible, though? I don't know. Silver Age Wonder Woman is all like, my boyfriend is pathetic. Silver Age Wonder Woman is like the very definition of girl boss. The entire joke is that this woman is way more capable than her boyfriend, which was a fun novelty at the time. Instead of something that our corporations were pushing on us as like a DEI initiative. It was all a fun little fantasy joke because there's no way in real life that a female could be more capable than a man. Meanwhile, every Silver Age Superman story is like, I have to beat Jimmy Olsen. Silver Age Superman, like every single cover is like, Jimmy, you've really messed up that copy sheet today, which is why I'm gonna have to fuck you in the ass. And then Jimmy's thinking like, oh no, I screwed up again. I sure hope that Superman doesn't tear my asshole open with his huge cock. And if you read the actual story, it's Superman isn't actually going to be mean to Jimmy Olsen. He's doing it with good reason. And it turns out that Superman isn't a bad guy after all. How the fuck is civilization of Amazonians that still use a communal sponge for wiping out the tech for making an invisible jet? I think the bigger technological question is if they have the technology to give Wonder Woman bulletproof, high-powered defense weapons in her bracelets, why don't they use that technology to give her something slightly larger than bracelets? What are the bracelets for? I think I'm going to make the blue lighter than the red. Yeah, red tends to be a darker color than blue when you change it into blacks and grays and stuff. That's usually how it's depicted. Sometimes red is even depicted as a full color black. This is an old manga technique, but the darkness of the color, it's not really the darkness of the color, because like blue is a darker color than red. It's more like the intensity of the color to the human eye, and red tends to be a more intense like sensation to look at than the blue. So you want to have like the higher intensity colors to be a darker color. That's a pro tip right there, boys. There's a scene in the 90s Superman animated series where Clark admits to Lois that he's Superman and uses his powers to get the story before Lois can. I'm pretty sure that even if you had Superman powers, you probably wouldn't be able to get that many more stories. Because like so much of actual reporting is just like having a bunch of sources. I'm thinking about this because, you know, Maggie Haberman is back working in the Times again, so... And just, like... She always has, like, 10 million different Trump administration insiders willing to talk to her. Like, obviously Superman would just be like, I can spin around the world, I can spin the planet backwards and go back in time, and then I can go to yesterday and see what Trump was thinking. And get the ultimate story, but like realistically speaking, that's not really how you do reporting. Color theory is a lot of fucking around and going, yeah, that looks good, yeah. Especially if you're taking something that was in color and converting it to black and white. It's kind of like the sensation of how people's eyes feel when they look at something instead of like actual color. Think of it like colors underwater. Reds go black first. Yeah. They stopped doing the showing red as a complete black in manga because now we have these gray sheets and you're working digitally, so you don't need to do that. But back in the day, putting in grays was such a pain in the ass. You would just default to using full blacks often. '94 to 2005 DCAU, Lex Luthor is the most ethnically ambiguous character of all time. The more I look at him, the more uncertain I become. Isn't he just like a bald white guy? I didn't read that era of comics, but I thought he just looked like Jeff Bezos. I might be misremembering. Is it incest if she's from a parallel universe? It doesn't matter, they're just cousins, guys. It's not even that big a deal. Fucking your first cousin can only result in... Let's ask the internet, actually. Possibility of genetic defects from sex from children with first cousin. Children of first cousins have a slightly higher risk of inheriting recessive genetic disorders, around 4 to 6% compared to the general population, around 2 to 3%. While the risk of congenital anomalies is roughly doubled, the absolute increase is modest. That's right, guys. You only have double the amount of your kids being retarded. It's only 6%. Conditions associated with this type of union include cystic fibrosis, thalassemia, Tay-Sachs disease, and other metabolic issues. Factors influencing risk. The risk increases if there is a known history of genetic disorders in the shared grandparents' families. Few risks seen to the children of first cousins. First cousins can have children together without great risk of birth defects or genetic disease, scientists are reporting today. They say there is no biological reason to discourage cousins from marrying. Guys, trust the science. It's only an extra 1.7 to 2.8 percentage points, guys. The result is still not considered large enough to discourage cousins from having children. Even at worst, 7%, he said, 93% of the time, nothing is going to happen. No one questioned the right of people with genetic disorders to have children, even though they have far higher levels of risk than first cousins. Oh, I have to take a piss. Be right back. Some parts of the world, 20 to 60% of all marriages are between close biological relatives. Hence why Superman was like, I'm sorry, Kara. I know you're beautiful and attractive, and cousin-on-cousin marriage is perfectly legal in some parts of this country, but not on Krypton. Ugh. 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 I shouldn't have talked about Arby's roast beef earlier, because now I'm thinking Arby's now, guys. I remember the Iceland Incest Prevention app. That's one of my favorite factoids. Oh, they have to have an app so that they make sure that they're not committing incest. I don't know. It's probably not that big a deal, guys. Come on. Don't worry. Don't get all worked up about that shit. It's not that big a deal. Hungry for some roast beef? Yeah, when I started thinking of those delicious meat flaps. Actually, I had Arby's roast beef once. It kind of sucked. I know that's their like flagship food, but like I don't really want the roast beef. I would always get the brisket when I would go there. The brisket or either or the gyro, one or the other. There is no brisket available in Japan. Just find a French dip. Yeah, French dip is okay. God, I wish I had assistants to do this shit for me. I hate coloring between the lines. It is my least favorite part of drawing. 100%. I fucking despise it. And because I'm using a pen that has like a little bit too much like fuzziness to it, I kind of have to do it by hand, or else there's all these like white dots left. This is good practice for me, though, on like how to do large blocks of color and stuff. You really need to like simplify the shapes and not try and like draw too much details. Like if you look at how they put in the black areas underneath the Superman's cape, these very large, well-defined black chunks, and then like you need to have large blocks of things. Like this large block of light on one side, these large blocks of blue, large blocks of black. Having all these little details here and there doesn't really actually improve it. You need to be able to think in terms of larger spaces. I'm going to start adding more blacks to this image. Now, once you add grays, you actually need to add more blacks after that. I've always noticed this. Once I add some grays to an image, I'm like, oh, now it needs more black. You could use the bucket tool and merge the layers like normal people. What, you mean the line work layers? I don't want to merge the line work layers because I'm going to go back and like alter shit. I don't want to have permanent changes yet. The bucket tool works like it just did where it works, but it doesn't work in some other situations. Like here, I have the double lines here. I have to go through those and work on that. Like this, I don't want to connect the lines. Anyways, this stuff is shit that you don't have to worry about in terms of like speed when you're worrying about your workflow speed and stuff like that, because it's 100% shit that you can have assistants do. Anybody who keeps on being like, no, there's an easy way to do this immediately, whenever I do it, it's like, no, it's not. Like, that's actually not true. Like, you can bucket tool this area, but all the areas in between the lines are still going to be not filled in. Supergirl also has different color skirts depending on the artwork. Yeah, she has a red skirt in some of them, and she has, yeah, blue skirt in others. Bold of you that they are going to saddle you with an assistant from the get-go as a guy with no trajectory in manga making. What the fuck are you talking about? If you get a series, do you guys even know anything about manga making process at all? The assistant is the hired help. It's anyone from professional assistants that make like 6 figures a year employed by Oda who can draw anything and are better than the actual artist, to like local guy at the drugstore. God, these people. I swear to fucking God. Rage bait? Shut the fuck up. If you say something stupid, like, I can't tell. Stop being like, her, I was pretending to be retarded. I've made this guy angry again. Hee. Look, guys, I've successfully made him angry because I was pretending to be retarded, guys. I wonder how manga artists like Hunter x Hunter or Berserker make a living if they don't put out chapters that often. Like, do they get paychecks just super frugal? That's it. I'm no longer responding to any of the troll comments in the manga section. Especially comments about whether the Berserker mangaka is making a living or not. If I don't have a busy schedule, I wouldn't mind coloring for you. The funny thing is, like, you can actually look at the assistant marketplace right now if you want to. So, I forgot what it was called, the name of this website. Let's see. Oh, here it is. It's called Gammo. It's a literal assistant and mangaka employment meetup website. So at the top, they have people who are like, I can draw backgrounds. And, oh, here's his portfolio, Dropbox. Sometimes they just post the image directly. And they're asking for 1,200 to 1,300 per yen, or paid by page. So basically very close to minimum wage. Let's see, let's look at his portfolio. Comic Growl. I assume this is... They did all the backgrounds and the guns and stuff, which is good enough for a lot of people. The funny thing is that there's actually a huge lack of assistance right now, even though you can find all these people, because there's so many ongoing series now, thanks to the... So these are all the people who are looking for jobs. And this is... Oh, this is literally from the Shueisha, the Shonen Jump. The Shonen Jump department. An hour, 1,300 yen an hour. Anybody who is experienced, including people who don't have experience, people who can find the perspective from the artist's sketch and then can draw the background based on that. Starting in April, 2 to 4 days per month. Clip Studio Paint, Dropbox, and so on, like that. You should put yourself out there, take your time. I mean, the only reason I would do assistant work is because I would be looking to gain more experience in drawing certain things, and like the speed at which you have to draw as a pro and all that shit. It would be to be learning from the professional workflow instead of to actually be making more money, because, you know, that's like half the amount of money I get paid if I was just doing a commission, so... Do you think you'd be able to keep up with the pace of professional deadlines? No. Right now, no. Which is why I'm doing all sorts of different things to figure out how I can just like produce shit quickly. Going through like 10 different pens to see what will allow me to just like get through the line work quickly and stuff. The stuff I'm doing right now, the coloring shit, is it doesn't matter if I'm slow, because that stuff is assistant work right there. You have to be able to do, when you're at full speed, you have to be able to shit out like 3 pages a day, probably. Like, that doesn't have to be your constant speed, depending on what kind of series you're doing. but it needs, if your maximum speed needs to be around that speed, at least be able to hit like 3 pages a day. Because like there's gonna be times when you're sick and stuff, and like you get behind and you have to like catch up. So, and I obviously can't do that. I can barely do 1 page a day right now. So. Are you seen as Hafu in Japan visibly? I don't know. It's hard to say. Probably. Japan generally is just basing their judgment of you on whether you can speak Japanese or not. Japan is much more of a behavior-based society than like a racially based society. I think it might look better if she's in blue. She has a blue skirt instead of the red skirt. I don't know. Is this red a different color of red? No. Ah! You must do the social thing, the social needful. Fit in Japan by being introvert. You just need to do like the same head nods and the same mumbling. Like, oh, yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Hai, 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 kashikomarimashita. Blah, blah, blah. The peg that sticks out is hammered down. Hammering that peg is something that everybody who reads the gay comics is very aware of course. Unso, wakatta. The most adaptable phrase that people always rely on is yoroshiku onegai shimasu. That just means, yeah, continue on. Otsukare-sama desu. You have to say otsukare-sama desu, osaki ni shitsurei shimasu when you leave early while your co-workers are still working. I'm sorry for going home at a normal time. Forgive me for not committing seppuku and instead leaving early. I have dishonored my family by going home at 5 p.m. Alright, now we're merging down, I think. Yeah, I think now we're merging down, because now I want to start adding, like, really decisive blacks, and yeah, I think the shapes and all are fine. Yeah, we just have to start merging down. Those all things sound like stereotypes. Sometimes stereotypes are true. Don't make me talk about the crime rates among some racial populations, or how some racial populations inhabit specific aspects of society. Banned by Twitch speedrun. Just saying that I was noticing something yesterday about how a certain racial or ethnic group did a specific thing. Really got me thinking and noticing. Don't mind me, just out here noticing stuff. Ball's suspicion of Jews? I would never be suspicious of Jews. How dare you slander me like that? That's a complete misinterpretation of my comments, people. I will not let you deface my reputation by claiming I've made remarks of the sort. That's just wrong. Some of my best friends are of that insert ethnic group. I say, as I have essentially one mod. Actually, now that I think about it, my best friend in elementary school was Jewish. Much more of a practicing Jew than Hystrixia was, now that I think about it. He didn't look that Jewish, though. I have insert race friend. Yes. Did you go to his bar mitzvah? I'm pretty sure he did not have a bar mitzvah. I'm glad that I'm not part of the super annoying, like, everybody has to have these expensive parties at some point in their life cultures, because I would not enjoy it. Imagine having to go to like 60 different bar mitzvahs or quinceaneras and stuff, and it was like a super big deal. The ones in New York City were a trip. Why? Because they were like so high budget. I know that people use insane amounts of money on those things when they actually go all in. Or you mean block parties, not bar mitzvahs. I guess they can be the same. I guess a bar mitzvah can be a block party. High budget and super stereotypical Jewish American. I don't even know what the stereotypical Jewish American energy is. The most I know about Jewish behavior in New York was all those GIFs of the guys emerging from the hole. Funniest shit ever. I saw someone posting images of that on the internet a while ago, and someone who wasn't familiar with it was like, "This is AI, right?" It's like, no, it's not AI. The hole is not AI. It's a very real thing. Lots of discussing business at family gatherings and the men having very questionable convos while the women nag. A lot of smoked salmon and egg salad with bagels. I like smoked salmon and bagels, but I don't like the egg salad. I'm a very much anti-egg salad human, so I don't think I can get along with the Jewish people if I have to eat the egg salad. You have to eat all the eggs. No, please, not the egg salad. Plain bagels, or I'm gonna find cinnamon raisin. Plain and everything. Bagels are particularly good with the salmon and cream cheese, right? I think that's universally agreed upon. That's the proper bagel. There's not many bagels in Japan. There's some bakeries that have bagels, but they don't get the Jewish energy right, which is okay because I don't need to be eating even more baked goods. I already have enough baked goods going through my body, so... think we're just gonna merge down on everybody's lines. Baked goods are good and tasty. They're really not necessary at this point in our life. If you're in your 30s and shit. In your 40s, you don't need any more carbs. My cousin used to hit up the Jamaican churches when he lived in Queens. Dude got so much food out of it. That seems like a really good way to get large amounts of calories very quickly. He says cousin marriage is illegal on Krypton, but Krypton is gone and he is on Earth now, so... I'm not even, like, doing a parody. This is, like, straight up what he's saying in the super incest pages that people were memeing about. He straight up was having this conversation with Supergirl, being like, if I was gonna marry a girl, it would be a beautiful girl like you, but we can't because it isn't illegal on Earth, but it is illegal on Krypton. It's like, bro. And he's doing this while he's fucking holding her chin. I don't think the super incest could be more on point. On the nose, put in your face. Like, yes. It's time to fuck your cousin right now. But no, we can't. It's forbidden, crying face. Yes. Sag. Imagine the laws of your planet preventing you from having sex with your cousin, and then your entire planet gets blown up, and now you think you're the sole survivor, and you end up on planet Earth. and now it's okay for you to fuck your cousin, but you're not gonna do it because the previous laws on your previous planet were like, no, you shouldn't. Which is certainly what happened with Superman, because Superman would never break the laws of Krypton. What about his poorly restrained super boner? I don't know what you're talking about. The super boner is completely under control. That's just a bone for Superdog. I was looking through my previously drawn Power Girl images, and I had already drawn an image of Power Girl with Crypto. The implications were being implied. Power Girl might be an alien to this planet, but she's still a white woman. And if there's one thing we know about white women and large dogs, it's that they're great pet owners. Universal Constant. I can't remember what it was, where I originally saw this, but there was like some movie or somebody talking about Superman, and he was like saying, for other superheroes, for other superheroes, their costume, they put on their costume and become that superhero, but Superman is always Superman, and when he's Clark Kent is when he's wearing the costume. That is what Superman thinks it means to LARP as a human, to be weak, and being a busybody loser reporter. That's how he thinks of humans. And I think the person who was making that commentary like thought they were making good like social commentary about society and stuff like that. But if you think about it, that isn't even true for Superman, because the real version of Superman is like a normal person, except it's a normal person back on Krypton. He's literally the, I think you've all seen that video, not the video, the comic strip of the white guy who is made fun of when they're in like Canada or the United States or whatever, and when they go to Japan, suddenly he transformed into Charisma Man. And all the women are like, Sugoi, Sugoi, Jozu, Jozu, because he can speak Japanese. That's basically what Superman is. He can only be a fucking superhero when he's in on the other planet. As soon as he gets back into anything from his home country appears, suddenly he's in deep trouble. It's a very interesting dynamic if you think about it. Like your comic, the Nerds one? Yeah. My Nerds comic was just touching on a pre-existing theme that has been around for a long time. I mean, the Charisma Man in Japan comic has been around for so long. My so-called Japanese life Charisma Man. This one. When he landed on planet Japan, what? He became Charisma Man. How cute. Watashi wa Charisma Man desu. And all the girls are saying, Jozu, Jozu, Jozu. That one. Yeah. It's so true, though. White guys really do just, like, come to Japan and it's like, oh man, I can get all this pussy, mad pussy time. See if I can just use the line thickness tool. The line thickness tool it works very well in some cases, and it works very poorly in others. I usually just would rather just like redraw the lines on top. Tends to make it look better. But now that I've added grays and then increased the blacks, now I have to increase the thickness of the outline. See, this shit all takes too much time. If I want to become like a pro mangaka, I have to be able to do this on like the first pass instead of having to go back in the digital format and like figure shit out later. I have to be faster than this. Unfortunately, that's all skill. It just means I don't have the skill level to be pro right now. Like, whatever you can produce in the deadline is your skill level. And if you can't do it in that deadline, then that just means you don't have the skill level to be making it. That also includes skills like the ability to work for like 20 hours straight without going insane. This is too thick. Right here. Can't make them too thick either. BB got extra complicated taxes because the USA will tax his Japanese income over 85 grand. No, it won't. It's like 120 or something. And my income won't be above 85 grand, so it doesn't matter. I still have to file these special, I forgot what it was called. But there's an exemption that you just file. I don't think it will be that complicated, but I still might have to see a tax professional. Not sure. That's next year's taxes anyways, so... I would go insane. The thing is, I used to have a lot of difficulty, like, drawing all day as well. If I drew all day one day, like, the next day I wouldn't feel like drawing at all. And now that's not the case anymore. So it shows that you can, like, develop your stamina just like you can develop your skills and stuff. Like, everything is just a skill. Whether it's, like, the drawing quality, or, like, the speed, or, like, how long you can go. They're all things you just have to work on and develop. Which is why I'm kind of late to the party at approaching 40 by the time where I'm slowly getting to like that pro level skill and like speed level. It's not like I'm gonna fall off a cliff like a pro gamer or a mathematician or a chess master or something at some age. So I can just keep on doing this until I die, and maybe I'll eventually reach that level, the level I need to reach. Because some people don't like actually improve at art and shit like that, and they still make it as mangaka. But considering I can tell that I'm getting better, so I still have a lot of runway left until my death. The US will not let you go out of its taxation system so easily as for as long as you're a citizen, you'll be made to contribute. Not if you're overseas and you're not making a large amount of money, it doesn't matter. It only matters if you're rich enough. Like, it's for tax evasion. US has so many billionaires. If they allowed you to just be like, oh, I'm overseas on my yacht, I don't have to pay taxes even though I make all my money in America, blah, 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 like, then it would be a huge drop in tax revenue. Of course, the truly rich billionaires, they have ways around this, but... I don't have to pay that much. I have to pay the Japanese tax system, though. The right amount of black is pretty difficult for me to figure out. If you do it too much, it kind of saturates the page, and it kind of becomes a little intrusive. But you sort of need it to make ship pop. Like here. I finally got paid for once. Thank you, Crotch Goblin. Yes, we have to pay the women so they have more children, because if we don't give them support financially, nobody will want to have these damn things. Back in the day, having kids was its own benefit because you could make them work the fields. But now with all those, like, stupid child labor laws that says I can't force little Timmy to go work in the textile factory. Why have a kid at all, you know? That's what I say. The government's like, here, have this earned income tax credit. Kids yearn for the mines. How will they grow up and become strong miners like our parents and our forefathers were if we don't give them the opportunity to prove themselves in the coal mine? It's bullshit, I say. Nagi Japan increased their birth rate by providing more support to women by kids. Yeah, but I'm sure it's still way below replacement levels, though. That's not to say you shouldn't at least try by providing some kind of support, but I don't think there's any modern developed economies that have been able to, even locally, that have been able to get their birth rate above replacement levels. 2.8, I guess that's a replacement birth level. Although they might be like sucking people up from other locations of Japan. Honestly, there's enough human beings on this planet, so I don't think we need to worry too much about having fewer humans. How many people does society even need at this point? Society needs way fewer people than we have right now, but the people who are worried are the capitalists who want to have an ample supply of slaves to provide them with cheap labor. So a lot of the whole like, oh my god, society's gonna collapse if we don't start having kids stuff is pretty overblown. It's more like corporate profits. The whole line must go up forever is a combination of having cheap labor and then also having people to buy your goods with the cheap labor. Line go up will stop? No! Any day now, guys. The bubble's gonna pop soon. That's part of the reason why I have to, filing my taxes is gonna be a pain in the ass this year, because I have to report all of my, the stocks I sold. And I sold quite a lot of stocks, so... Modern civilization needs all of 8.3 billion. I mean, define modern civilization, right? We had modern civilization in which we had way fewer people as well. Whatever the solution is, it's not LLMs doing our job instead of us. I think we can say that for sure by now. I don't know why they decided to go so hard on the LLM aspect when we had machine learning before LLMs, and by they, it's probably just like Sam Altman. Like, the whole point of machine learning is that you get the machine to learn to do, like, a specific task instead of trying to be like, no, this one thing can do, like, everything, and it's just like a fucking auto-complete machine. Like, frequently people will be like, no, AI is good at that, and you're like, yeah, AI might be good at that, but that's not what they're selling us right now. That's like a different type of machine learning. What we're getting sold is fucking LLMs, and they're trying to apply the LLM to, like, other aspects. It's such a bizarre state of shit. All that comfy infrastructure that will wipe your incontinent ass when you get old requires young people to support it. I mean, my plan is to die, so... I'm not too worried about the whole being alive part. Death's so convenient. I mean, there's legitimately capitalists out there that be like, no, you can't die, you have to continue to consume. You cannot be free of this mortal coil through the process of death. Don't let him leave, guys. He hasn't bought enough product yet. Me too. I also subscribe to the shotgun retirement plan. Yeah, the problem is that shotguns aren't as available in Japan, so you're going to have to find other options, but they're available. I want to live forever. I mean, what was the name of the billionaire guy who is like consuming his son's blood and stuff so he can live forever? You know who I'm talking about? There's this one guy who's like super deep in the sauce, and he's just like, I'm super rich, so I should be allowed to live forever. And he's doing like untold number of stupid shit. What fucking dark romance shit is that? He literally has been consuming his son's blood and stuff. I wish there was Vegas odds on whether he was going to die or not, because I feel pretty confident that he's not going to be able to discover the secret to it living forever. When Putin and Xi Jinping met, like, I think this was early this year, or maybe it was last year, there was tapes of that was overhearing their conversation, and like Xi Jinping was like telling Putin, it's like, yes, medical advances are amazing. You just need to keep on replacing your organs, then you can just live forever. And I'm like, LMAO, of course Xi Jinping would be like, hey, are you interested in replacing your organs to live forever? Because, you know, if there's one thing we know about China, it's that they have somehow a magical supply of organs. Interesting how they think about that. And then the other is like, I have some bad news for you dictators. I know, like, you've achieved ultimate power, and now you feel like it's really unfair that you have to give it up just because you're gonna die. But I don't think it's actually gonna work like that. I got some bad news, boys. The whole death thing, I think it might be coming for you. Rockefeller tried that route. He still died. The length of your DNA doesn't let you live forever. Try me. I'm just going to elongate my DNA. It'll make me more and more powerful. Brian Johnson versus 20 skeptics. Surrounded. Don't die. He has a fucking "Don't Die" t-shirt.
Single thing that humans want. Nobody wants to die right now.
Wrong. He's already wrong in his first 5 seconds.
Rich and poor, whatever nation, it is the single thing that humans want. Nobody wants to die right now.
What have you done to change those brutal conditions?
LMAO. He really thinks nobody wants to die right now when we have like 30,000 suicides per year in America, one of the richest, most successful countries on the planet.
Society. You're a person who has literally hundreds of millions of dollars, and you spend $2 million every year trying to look younger. And honestly, you look your age.
Hi, my name is Brian Johnson. I've spent millions of dollars trying to reverse and slow down my biological aging. I've also swapped blood with my son. Today, I'm surrounded by 20 anti-aging skeptics.
Anti-aging skeptics.
My first claim, ending death.
Imagine thinking that, like, people get older makes you an anti-aging skeptic. It's like, dog, you're gonna die. They're like, bro, you're just a fucking anti-aging hater.
Humanity's #1 objective.
Everyone wants to come and just yell at this guy. You know what would be funny? If someone just, instead of debating them, walked up and punched the guy in the face. Because that's really, honestly, what he deserves.
First off, I want to say thank you so much for being here. I'm super honored to get the chance to talk to you. I hope this can be an opportunity.
Oh shit, they found a tech bro?
Can learn and where we can teach the audience something. I'm not trying to prove you wrong, but I also don't want to misconstrue your words. So why do you think ending death should be humanity's top priority?
Because I think this moment we live in is really special. We are giving birth to super intelligence. We all know that AI is moving very quickly, and we don't quite know what exactly it is, but it's big and it's fast. And so
we don't know what exactly it is, but it's big and it's fast. I think we've done it, guys. We found the fucking Venn diagram. I'm stuck in the same fucking state as the majority of these nutbags. Lady, I know you've lived in there for a long time, but if you think about the health of your child, perhaps you might want to get out before they have to enter the public school system. Just an idea. Just an idea. Although I wouldn't necessarily know which state you should go to. I love how, like, the black guy is like, yo, is this guy for real? He's like, this is the stare of this guy is like, I thought this guy was, like, weird, but this guy is just like, yo, I can't believe this fucker.
This moment, when we're giving birth to superintelligence, that we are wise to transition our focus from a world where we value death to one where we say we are the first generation who won't die. Like, basically, we're saying
a world where we value death. Dog. Nobody's valuing death. We're not dying because we're like, oh man, I sure love death. It's like, don't, you just die, dude. Your body fucking expires.
We value existence above all other things. So it's basically a contemplation of, if you're human on planet Earth in this part of the galaxy, what does intelligent life do when you're giving birth to superintelligence? We say existence. That is the number one thing we care about.
Right, so you have a faith in AI to get us to reach the point where we can avoid death. And there is no, I would say there's no concrete evidence right now that we have that we can end death. You're kind of basing that.
How did this guy make all of his money?
And the studies regarding AI's progression, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I've heard you say before.
I will say that they say he looks his age, but he is spending a lot of money on skincare, so his skin does like look pretty like shiny.
You say that your faith in the AI's progression to end death is kind of that same argument?
Expecting Brian Johnson to die of bloodborne disease, yeah, probably like some weird infection from doing like too much blood transfusions.
Up until this point, there's an end of life.
Right.
And when end of life happens, people have been coming up with reasons of why it's a good thing for hundreds of thousands of years.
Right.
And so the idea may be you'll be reincarnated, maybe there's a heaven, maybe that you will achieve immortality in what you do, and you'll be remembered for your deeds as a soldier or an entrepreneur or a poet or a politician. And so people have always sought a form of immortality in deed or in this life or the afterlife. And
It's
so
a
what I
quality
say is
skin suit. It certainly looks better than like some of the other billionaires, though.
in human history where a reasonable person could say, we may be the first generation.
It might be just like the skin cream looking shiny, though.
There is no evidence we can actually do it, but some biological species, like a species of the jellyfish, and
She's
the
like,
hyena,
bro.
have achieved immortality. So we know biology has solved for immortality. Just
You're not a
perfect,
jellyfish.
but it has been solved for.
Right, so kind of to shift the topic a little bit, that is also based off the assumption that death is a bad thing.
Wait, do these
Because we
people
don't
get
know
to...
if death is a good
Holy
thing.
shit, it's an hour and 30 minutes? Holy fuck.
Of religion, but
If I had to sit in the same room as this guy for like an hour and 30 minutes, I'd be like, bro, I'm leaving. I'm going to Arby's, man.
based off of a fear, it's laced
He's just 48. He looks like he's
more based off of a fear of
um
and I would say that
45.
two sides of the same coin when we're running away from death and we're trying to do everything we can to avoid death, but that's just because we don't know. What would you say about that?
Yeah, I'm saying that the reason why I would identify defeating death as humanity's number one objective is because we have embraced it as part of our daily lives. When somebody stays up late and misses their bedtime, when they eat a pint of ice cream before bed, when they get very drunk, when they smoke cigarettes, when they eat toxic foods, those things are a form of death. When companies that make addictive
400 million to 500 million. He acquired a bulk of his fortune selling his payment processing company Braintree, which owned Venmo, to PayPal for 800 million 2013, of course. All of these tech billionaires, they just had like a slightly convenient service that worked somewhat well right at the time when all of these industries were expanding. And they just happened to be like one of the lucky ones, which was like, it was just convenient enough that everybody used it. And then they just sold it for like $1 billion so that the other people could consolidate further in the industry. And now they just have a shit ton of money and they don't know what to do. Whatever they achieved, it wasn't necessarily first mover advantage because it was like second or third mover because it was like after the dot-com bubble burst, but they were just like at the right place at the right time and offered like a somewhat functional software, and that's it. That's really all there is to like all these rich tech people, like this age of tech people. They didn't really have to do anything. It was entirely just being at the right place at the right time. I even value Elon even higher than this guy, because Elon has had like multiple hits. Like Elon was enough of a tech optimist that he invested in stuff like Starlink, which other people weren't doing. So I even give Elon a little more credit than this guy. This guy is just like, I made a standard software at a time when the internet was expanding and everyone was using payment processors. I haven't even heard of Braintree, honestly. They built Schilt when nothing existed. Yeah, they were one of the few that they had enough tech wherewithal that they could build something, and then it provided a service, and now they're done. But it wasn't that. It wasn't like building the railroad, though. It wasn't that hard. Do you know that Nikola Tesla was also obsessed with aging to the point he avoided most acidic foods? People were weird back then. I don't actually know much about Tesla, and I don't understand why people idolize him so much. I know that everybody was like, fuck Edison. Tesla was the real guy. We're gonna name everything to Tesla going forward. He was the real homie. This is like every tech bro, by the way. We have the Tesla, and wasn't there that that scam electric truck company? Wasn't that also named after Nikola? Wasn't it just like called Nikola or something? I can't remember. He was the eccentric autist Rizzler back in the day. That's what all these tech bros think they are. They also think they're the Rizzlers. Created a bunch of super technology we still don't understand. Yes, I'm sure. Edison was pretty terrible. Straight hosted show electrocuting animals to death to prove that AC current was more dangerous than DC. Funniest shit ever, if you ask me. Bro is like, my competitor's electric current is the dangerous one. Here, let me electrocute this sheep to prove it. What a fucking card, that Edison guy. You gotta give him credit. He knew what he wanted, which was to murder all of his competition. An elephant too, LMAO, damn. That AC current really was dangerous if it can kill an elephant. I'm glad Edison warned me about it. Also, he pushed the electric chair, right? As like a way to kill people. As like an anti-competitor current vehicle, I believe. He pushed all sorts of like wild shit. He's like, we should execute people doing this. Mainly killed dogs, I think. As bad as it seems right now, we must always never forget that it was actually way worse back in the day. The recent history of the planet and how bad it could have been fucking be. Like, you think it sucks living in China right now? Think how bad it was living in China during the Great Leap Forward. When Mao is like, Whoops, sorry. We fucked up the whole agricultural production thing. You're all gonna starve. Millions of people are gonna die now. Literal puppy mulching machines back in the day. I mean, I don't want to be like too pro-puppy murder, but having like too many dogs is legitimately a problem. Have you seen like the video footage of like Turkey or whatever? I can't remember which country it was, but they have like a too many dogs problem, and there's all these dogs like just overwhelming people in the streets, and like dogs being creatures that descended from wolves, once you have too many of them and they just become like packs of dogs, like it becomes like a serious problem. The dog catcher was needed for a reason. Having to murder tons of dogs was needed for a reason. We kind of forget that because we're now used to having our dog populations under control, but when shit was out of control, it could get really out of control. Whoops, hope you all aren't mad about not having enough food on the farms. Welp, I'm off to get syphilis from prostitutes. Peace. Feels good, man. Also, the whole Cultural Revolution shit, that stuff is hilarious as well. Just like mass psychosis. Turn your parents in for having anti-revolutionary thinking. Like, maybe I shouldn't be optimistic about this shit, but despite, like, Trump behaving like he wants to be a dictator and that he thinks he can behave like a dictator at pretty much every point, like, if there's a different point in time in which Trump was behaving this way, we might have, like, more of a Senate and Congress with more of a spine. But then we also would have, like, shit like McCarthyism and stuff like that, where you would just, like, straight up blacklist people for possibly being communist and stuff. I don't know. Whenever American institutions hold up to even the slightest bit, I'm like, oh shit. America isn't sliding into fascism immediately. Fellow kids, parents being a drag, just let us know, we'll help them out. People in the 70s and stuff were like crazy in terms of like, people really were thinking about like communism versus like capitalism and stuff like that as like this clash of societies and the planet and stuff like that. And you know, we have to go to Vietnam War over this shit. We have to turn your parents in for this shit. In Japan, there were perfectly... all these college kids, educated college kids were living perfectly functional lives. And then they're just like, we have to fucking occupy Tokyo University. Like we're like a fucking terrorist group. Like, what a time, man. People just getting stabbed because they were supporting the Communist Party in Japan. People hijacked a fucking plane with Japanese swords so they could fly to North Korea. You guys know about that? Like, that's a real, like... man, those people were crazy back in the day. Japan also had their own Cultural Revolution shit. They had, like, an entire group of, like, Japanese communist, like, students and stuff like that. And they all, like, holed up in this weird, not a weird, it was just, like, a normal cabin in the woods. And, they eventually had all this, like, crazy leftist communist infighting, which is, you know, one of the particularly prominent issues of any kind of leftist political shit, is they always have like infighting. and like I think like 6 or 7 people died. I wonder if there's an English Wikipedia page on this. Asamayama cabin incident, Japan. Asama Sanso incident, Wikipedia. They just have this nice little cabin. Asama Sanso Lodge surrounded 72. It's a mountain lodge near Karuizawa. Very nice place. I'd like to live there as like a location that's not too hot in the summer. 5 armed members of the United Red Army following a bloody purge that left 14 members of the group plus 1 bystander dead. I didn't know 14 died. That's more members of the group dead than the members that Oh, I get it. The lodge was the second part. It was part of the 1960s student movement, so there's all sorts of like far left Japanese student shit going on at the time. These movements had become factionalized, competitive, and violent, and they're all like leftist, and they all are like fighting like within each other, like you're not left enough, you're like the fake communist party, blah blah blah. The United Red Army retreated to a compound. They had all these weird hideouts. And then when they're left to their... if the police can't discover them over a period of time, they just start murdering each other. There's all this like interesting documentaries on this shit. They did all these internal purges. 6 other members were tied to trees outside where they froze to death in the frigid weather. Most tolerant radical leftist. I mean, leftists being like sort of self-defeatist in that they're constantly infighting and like killing each other is a weird aspect of them that seems to get inherited among the non-radical leftists as well, like among the Democratic Party. Democrats are always complaining about like their different factions within instead of, you know, trying to figure out how they're going to win an election versus the Republicans. Like, look what we just had with, the Texas primary between Jasmine Crockett and what's-his-name. And how there was all this, like, weird internal Democratic infighting about, like, why are you electing this white boy, blah, blah, blah. Radicals are commonly stupid. Yeah. But then far-right radicals, I don't think they have as much infighting. I know they have some infighting. But I think, like, the infighting is very typical of the left for some reason. I'm not sure why. Like, I feel like far-right radicals, if they have infighting, it's more over just like seizing power and control, and of course the left is that way, but the left always has like some sort of ideological fight of like the ideological purity of the movement and stuff that leads to infighting. You see that in the current Democratic Party, and not even the far left members. The right is willing to make bed with internal factions that theoretically shouldn't be able to get along pretty easily. Like, ultimately, all the people who are complaining about how Israel controls everything, those conspiracy theorists are still voting for Trump, you know? Like, there's the different factions, but then they're still willing to put aside their differences and, you know, keep a tight ship. The right will agree on their core issues and move forward. Yeah. Denying rights to women, making sure we can always buy guns. You know, they're important things. We hate black people. We'll pretend that we don't hate black people for brief periods of time. But then we'll go back and show our colors. Why do the S symbols look different? Because I'm too lazy to make them look the same, that's why. Far-right ones tend to be tied to national identity nowadays, which is an idea that's less prone to splitting until perhaps power is attained. Yeah. Once when the right starts fighting among itself, it's like after the power has attained and they're just like murdering each other for very specific, like, I want to keep power kind of reasons. But I don't think they have like split factions within the party and then they get like go down different roads and get angry at each other just over the ideology and stuff. I think this looks good enough. I want to draw some clouds, maybe. I think I might want to add some more shadows around the crotch area. Make it a little bit darker. So that the boner isn't too obvious. We hate black people not as much as immigrants. To be fair, Trump said that he wanted immigrants from nice countries, not the shithole countries like Africa. He wanted immigrants from places like Norway, i.e. the country that is full of white people, theoretically. So it's not like they stopped face masking or mask offing to talk about the black people. It's always interesting when you talk about this shit with Japanese people because they have absolutely no idea how American politics works. It seemed like the country who was blowing the most was India. I mean, these things goes in cycles. India is kind of in a nadir in terms of people like not wanting Indian immigrants right now. It was particularly funny watching the Indian tech billionaires and stuff that thought that Trump was their guy, and then finding out that no, in fact, Trump is not your guy. The Republican Party. This happens like every time. Like some sort of certain racial minority is like, I'm included in like the racial minority that doesn't get its face bitten off by the Leopard Party, right? And it turns out that no, you're not included. You misunderstood the situation. Nordics don't want to come here long term. They go insane around Americans. They really would. Nobody fucking wants to live in America if they could live in Norway. Why would you? You have like all the aspects of that is good about America and Norway. You have like oil. I guess you don't have the guns. You'd have to be in Sweden if you want the guns, right? But you got the oil. You can fish, I guess. You got the mental illness. She left for Brazil once Trump got reelected. Yeah. Every liberal who's like, I'm moving to Canada now that Trump's been elected. People who are already immigrants, they don't need to like announce shit and then not actually go to the different country. They're just like, nah, I'm leaving. Nordics are notorious for hating small talk, and Americans love their small talk. Ugh. I hate small talk too. Luckily, I don't have to meet anybody right now. It's common for Nordic people to move to the US. It's also a good place to make money, I guess. Say what you will, the dollar still is pretty effective as a currency. People from Japan land surprised when balls speak English so well as Japanese. What? Nice 4-hour stream. I'm making progress. I don't mind doing long streams if it seems like I'm making progress. Also, because I stream in the morning, if I end stream, that means I have to go and like do shit after this. So if I'm streaming, I can be like, no, I'm still working. Even though what I'm really doing is I'm procrastinating of having to go and like go shop for food or whatever. I started my laundry before I started this stream, so my laundry is sitting in the wet inside the washing machine for the last like 3 hours, which isn't a good sign. Hopefully it's not making the washing machine smelly. Good for making money and then dipping when you're satisfied with the amount. Yeah. I mean, that's my plan, right? I hope the current dollar-yen exchange rate is maintains the current state, because it really helps with my income. Had to buy rice for the first time in eons because of food trading. Are you buying white rice or brown rice? Now that I'm in Japan and my mother used to buy, I convinced my mother to eat brown rice in America, but she didn't like how it was too like, it wouldn't stick together. So she was adding mochi gome to it. But now that I'm on my own and I eat entirely brown rice and just brown rice, I can really feel the difference in the effect on your blood sugar levels between brown and white rice. So for anybody who's like, I need carbs, but I don't want to get diabetes, I would recommend eating brown rice. It just has way more fiber in it than the white rice, and you can really feel that the blood sugar, it takes a long time to digest that stuff. It's really a huge difference. Japan really doesn't. There's not a lot of big brown rice enjoyers in Japan. They've all been convinced that they should be eating white rice all the time, but they really should be just eating brown rice. Once you get used to eating brown rice, white rice just tastes kind of like flavorless and shitty, if you ask me. It just becomes very bland. I don't know where to really put. Let's make the jawlines a little bit darker. Power Girl looks great. This is like the 4th time I've drawn her. I actually had to reduce the boob size because I drew the boobs too big. Her big boob energy was distracting me and I went a little bit overboard. I think in order for me to get better at drawing, I need to really understand how to simplify the shapes, simplify the information, like these areas here, like these big black areas. Simplify the forms, reduce the amount of details, and then draw these like confident, darker lines that just sort of outline the general shape on the first try, and then don't like spend too much time redrawing or like figuring shit out. Just like, I need to learn how to think of stuff simpler and simpler and simpler. I'm convinced 90% of incest enjoyers were an only child. Look, if I had a cousin that looks like Power Girl, then I'd have to consider the merits of incest, you know? Also, if we're being realistic, considering like Superman is a complete alien to this planet and theoretically a different species altogether, he shouldn't even be able to mate with human earthling women in the first place. So if he wanted to reproduce, he'd literally have to fuck his cousin. The only reason that we're like, it's so weird that you're doing super incest is because we're just assuming that he can just have sex and breed with Earthlings, which makes no real sense if you think about it. But on the other hand, he shouldn't look exactly like normal Earthlings in the first place, so... I had a crush on 2 of my cousins growing up from both sides of the family. Yeah, I think a lot of the way in which our bodies are like, we're not supposed to have sex with that person because they're blood related, isn't actually us detecting the genetic similarities, but us having like lived with that person for a long time. This is why husband wives often become sexless when they're living together. But a lot of times when incest happens, it's when like you reunite with a family member after living apart from them for a long time, so you don't have the sort of like we've been growing up in the same household thing. Apparently this leads to a lot of like even more extreme versions of incest than cousin sex. I say this as a specialist on this topic. Let's not talk about cousins, let's talk about sisters and mothers. Who wants to fuck their mother? Again, a lot of it is who you've been living with. So, in my true crime, there was like a father who got into incest with his blood-related daughter, but that was after they hadn't grown up together and he had like recovered her from like when she was living with the mother in a different location and stuff like that, and he was able to groom her into getting like an extreme version of the daddy issue incest. So the one true crime incident, that case was really bad. BB is talking about it. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking about. But yeah, apparently this is it's very rare for parental incest to happen, but when it does, it happens when like you haven't been like together for a while, apparently. I imagine that readers of the doujins might not think about what their actual relatives, but enjoy the fantasy through a fictional character. Yes. A fictional character who's extremely sexy. Am I right, doujin consumers? What if, like, the ugly bastard loser who can't lose his virginity, and then you get the standard plot line in which it's like, mommy has to help him lose his virginity now? What if the mother looked like the ugly bastard because they share the same genetic tree? Where, like, the mom is just as ugly as the son that can't get any sex. Suddenly, it doesn't seem as much of a appealing fantasy now, is it? It's like... And the mom's like, mommy, please. Oh no, looks like mommy, who also has the same size boobs as you. This is just Chris Chan, by the way. It's not as much of a LOL situation because Chris Chan... Did he actually go to jail for this shit? Severe mental illness. I do wonder if we could like run Chris Chan in a simulation and see if the same problems would occur if like the internet wasn't there to fuck with him all the time. I generally try and resist to go deep into the Chris Chan hole because I think like it's kind of a sort of Schrodinger's cat kind of situation in which our observation of Chris Chan is part of the driving force for a lot of the things that actually occur. So he has a girlfriend. Yes, it shows you that there really is somebody for anyone. As long as you lower your standards enough. Let's make the blue a little bit lighter. Oh, he went to jail, yeah, but he's out now. Alright, guys. I'm going to end the stream here. That was relatively productive. See you around. Have a nice night, guys. Good night.